Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me know what you guys are up to today. I already see a whole bunch of familiar faces in the comments. Today is our fifth and final mystery prompts for the spring stroll, but we will still have another sprinting session prior to the end of the spring stroll. So that will be coming. I'll give you guys your mystery prompts in the next sprint. So if you guys want to try and complete the board. I kind of like the way that this worked out because it gives you like an extra couple of weeks to fulfill the prompts if you guys are behind, like I know I am. Um, Today is going to be just a typical sprinting session for me. I do have a lot of meal prepping that I would like to get done, just to kind of get some meals done for the week. I have a new egg salad recipe that I'm going to try. It's like a Mediterranean egg salad, and I have a sourdough loaf that I'm going to bake. I have three books that I'm going to be reading with you guys today. I don't know if I'll get to all three of them, but A Lonely Broadcast, which is the one off to the side. I only have an hour left, so you guys will be here whenever I finish the story. It is rather spooky. If you guys are looking for a book for spooky season, I would definitely recommend fantasy horror. It's more, I would say, more horror leaning than fantasy, but it's about a radio station that only goes to a specific town, and this town has some woods around it where things just aren't quite right, and the radio hosts are responsible for like emergency broadcasts and things for the town. So it's been kind of spooky, but I've been enjoying it. So I also will be starting Honeysuckle at some point today, which is another horror read. I'm trying to get some like spooky reads under my belt prior to spooky season, so I have some recs for you guys. And just I've been in the mood for it, so I figured why not. And then I will also, let's see, Daughter of Crows will be another one that I would like to get started today, which is another one that has kind of darker vibes. It's not horror, it is fantasy, but it's supposed to be one of Mark Lawrence's darker reads. So I'm excited to get to that one as well. Let us say hello to everyone. Hillary is here. Hello, Hillary, Coram, Louisina, Tennille, Julia, Sabrina. Hello, hello, Bia. Rachel is here. Hello, hello. Emily, yes, hello, good morning. Tennille is sprint hopping, trying to finish a bunch of books that are near the end. You can do it. Yes, I love the fact that we have so many opportunities for like sprint hopping. You can get so much done. Be productive. Coram's going to be reading Japanese Gothic today, maybe trying to pick an audiobook so I can do some cleaning things. You'll have to let me know what you think of Japanese Gothic, because that one is on my list to try, because that's by Kylie Baker, right? Kylie Lee Baker, I think, is the author's name. I'm pretty sure I'm right. The same author as there's a YA series that I've read by them that I've really enjoyed, but also the book that has Bat in the title that I'm not going to remember the title of. I haven't read that one yet, but I've heard great things about it. But yes, Japanese Gothic is on my list for books to read prior to spooky season or during spooky season. Hillary is 25% into service model, having an amazing time. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Hillary. I love Uncharles. That was such a good book. I really enjoy Adrian Tchaikovsky's ability to write beings that are not human. And like also humanize them at the same time, like make them relatable. I really enjoyed Service Model. I know it's not for everybody because I do think that it is rather clinical at first because of the fact that he is a robot, but he grows on you. Emily is working on the ending rights itself for Team Engineers and Escape the Readathon. Is the ending rights itself the one that is a duo between B.E. Schwab and I don't remember the other author's name. I feel like that's the same book, but maybe I'm wrong. Bia is just finishing The Faraway Inn by Sarah Beth Durst. Lovely, enjoying the great weather and chill day. We also have some pretty stunning weather, which I am excited about. I'm hoping to go for a bike ride at some point today because it's like, I think right now it's 55 degrees, but the sun is out and it feels lovely. Good morning, Kathy. Welcome. Tennille's trying to finish Uprooted. A friend wanted me to read it and loaned it to me 2 weeks ago. Oh, goodness. You'll have to let me know what you think. I haven't read that yet. I do have some other books by Naomi Novik. My goodness, I have a hair on my face. That I would like to get to. And that one I'm debating because I think it was Elliot Brooks didn't enjoy that one, but she liked Spinning Silver. So I'm debating on whether or not I should read Spinning Silver first. I think I'm going to read The Summer War first as far as like my next Naomi Novik. I need to get back to Tamaraire and see because I ended up DNFing the third book in the Tamaraire series. And I just want to reread that one to see if it was a fluke and I just wasn't in the right mood or if I just need to let the series go. Tennille, but I do need to pause and have brunch. That sounds lovely. What are you having for brunch? Sabrina is reading Runaway with Me by Brian Selznick. Again, love a reread. Bia's excited to hear about the last prompts. Yes, I am too. I honestly don't remember what they are, so I'm going to have to refresh myself in this next sprint to prepare myself for you guys. I'm just now completing the no screen prompt because I am dog sitting my sister's dog and going on walks. I love that. Hello, Carissa. Good morning. Lucina, I haven't read in a couple of weeks, so I need to, but I don't feel like it. Hey, sometimes it's just not a reading month. Sometimes it's a get other things done month. I get that. Be a Japanese Gothic was really great. Very atmospheric and eerie. Good to know. Bat Eater was also amazing. Yeah, they're on my list because I typically don't enjoy YA, but I think it was the book, is it The Night Keeper by Kylie Lee Baker, which is the YA book that I really enjoyed. And I did like the atmosphere that she puts forth. So I would like to read some of her adult works. So it's on my list. Carissa will be reading 11/22/63 by Stephen King and working on a cardigan. That sounds lovely. I enjoyed that Stephen King quite a bit. I was a little surprised because I'm normally not a person who enjoys historical. I mean, I do like historical fantasy, but like historical kind of real world vibes in books isn't really my jam. But I liked the way the character and kind of like the small town vibes of a lot of that book. I enjoyed it, so I hope you do as well. Coram Bat Eater was my favorite book of last year, and I'm hoping to love Japanese Gothic. Only one chapter in and intrigued so far. So far, so good. I hope it continues that way. Hello, Anne and Sabrina. Anne is reading The First Mage on the Moon. Ooh, I want to read this. I love the cover, Anne. I'm hoping that the book is stunning because I would like to add it to my collection. It just sounds really fun. So I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Emily, okay, Schwab and Kate Clark. Not sure if I spelled Clark's name correctly. I knew it was a duo, but I couldn't remember the second author. Well, I hope it's good. I didn't realize that whenever I don't remember how that ended up on my feed somewhere. I was browsing and I started looking into that book, and that's when I found out that it was a writing duo between V. Schwab and another author, and I was like, oh, interesting. Louisina, I DNF'd Uprooted twice and then gave it away. Hey, it's not for everybody. I'm just debating because I have heard, I think someone said that it does have some similar vibes to, which obviously it's going to be different because it's adult, whereas The Girl Who Drank the Moon, which is one of my favorite middle grade books, and someone was like, oh, if you like that, you should read Uprooted. And I don't know why the recommendation was given with that book, but I really did like that middle grade. So that's why it's on my list. But several people that I have similar tastes to haven't enjoyed Uprooted, so I'm just hesitant about it. A Lonely Broadcast has been really fun, and honestly, it's way darker than I thought it was going to be because it kind of sounds like cozy horror. It's a little odd, and it is. It's definitely weird, but it's grotesque, some of the things that have been described, and it's scary as far as like I've read it whenever I've been on walks, and it kind of gives me, the creepy, don't want to walk alone vibe. So I'm enjoying it. I think that it's really good. And the audiobook, I guess, is newer. I think the book was published in, was it 2021 is what my brain is wanting to say, but maybe I'm wrong. But I think the audiobook is newer. Um, and someone recommended it via like reviews. They had read the book originally and then really wanted it to be on audio because of the fact that these are radio hosts that are talking to you. And so it would just be cool to have an audiobook version. And I do like the audiobook. So it's been fun. It's a slightly graphic audio as far as like having some effects in the background, but I don't think that it's been overwhelming because I'm usually someone who doesn't like graphic audio. I think it's distracting from the story. But it's been good. Bethany, hello. Doing Brittany's Patreon sprints this morning. Lovely. Reading Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil, and I'm basically obsessed. Okay, Bethany, I hope you continue to enjoy it. That's funny. Tennille is liking Uprooted, but not loving it. It has fairy tale vibes, kind of. It takes place in Poland. Oh, I didn't know that. And involves Russia and the fairy tales from those areas. And they don't always catch my interest. Interesting. I didn't know that it had inspiration from like Russian and Polish fairy tales. I typically enjoy that, but I do know that if it's not a story I'm familiar with, it can be disconnecting for me. It just depends on the way it's presented, I suppose. Bethany started yesterday and I'm 65% into the, oh my goodness. And that's a chunky book, Bethany. I'm glad you're liking it. You'll have to let me know what you think of the ending. Because I did enjoy the story, but I do think that, well, I'm not even going to say anything. I just want to know what you think about the end. Rachel keeps switching between books, but I think I'm going to read Rogue Protocol. I need a quick win. Yes, I liked Rogue Protocol. I think it was a lot of fun, so I hope you enjoy. Hello, Purple Owl. Julia says Japanese Gothic is on my list too, and I keep hearing great things. I enjoyed Bat Eater. So Bat Eater, I know still has like a gigantic weight in my library. So I did go ahead and put myself on the list for Japanese Gothic, but I still think it's like a 15-week wait. So I'll probably get to it prior to Bat Eater because I think Bat Eater's is even longer. Kathy is working on A Court of Silver Flames. That's the Nesta book, right? Is that right? During sprints, and I want to start This Kingdom Will Not Kill Me. Lovely. By Ilona Andrews. I love that author. Just finished This Writing Ends Itself. Absolutely loved it. So we have two people in the audience who have either have finished it or are currently reading. That's lovely. I need to look into it to see, because I know it popped up on my feed, but I didn't put it on my TBR. And so I don't know why I didn't put it on my TBR, because I remember being intrigued because of the writing duo. So I'll have to look at it again. And now you're reading Graceless Heart. Lovely. Julia is bouncing between Princess Bride and Anthema. In my in-person, and will likely read sequel this fall. So you want to be ready. Lovely. My comments jumped. I need to read Princess Bride as well. That's on my list. I have like a special edition illustrated book. I love the movie, but I've never actually read the story. So that's on my list of things that I would like to get done at some point. Okay, Bethany, you're not expecting anything specific because it's so atmospheric. So we'll see what I think when I get there. Yeah, I'll be interested to know what your thoughts are at the end. I think in general in the story, I appreciated the historical timeline more until I got to the end, I think. That's all I'll say. Tennille, I think Spinning Silver also has fairy tale inspiration from those countries, but haven't read it. My friend had the opposite opinion of Elliot Brooks. She loved Uprooted and wasn't impressed with Spinning Silver. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I want to give them a try just because they are like Naomi Novik's like pivotal works. Everyone who has read Naomi Novik typically started with one of those two. And so I would like to give at least one of them a try and see. Um, but yeah, I've been avoiding them. I do think I'm going to start with Summer War because it is a little bit shorter and I like the premise of the story. I also tend to enjoy, I like when music plays a part in a story, but it's not like, I want it to be a subplot, I suppose. I really liked, what was it called? This Savage Song by V. Schwab, which is a YA series that she did. And it involves music to a certain extent. There are other stories that I haven't enjoyed it in, and I'm not going to remember the name, but I think it's by Rebecca Ross. It's a series, and the covers are beautiful, and it has a lot to do with music, and I didn't enjoy that story. So I guess it just depends. But anywho, we are in time for a sprint, friends. So we're going to do our typical hour-long sprints today. I am going to be off screen for this first sprint because I need to make a sourdough loaf and elements of cadence. That's what it is, Tennille. Thank you. But yes, I'm going to be off camera because I got to make my sourdough loaf and I think I'm going to make my lunches for the week in this first sprint. And I will probably come back with an update as far as me being finished with the Lonely broadcast. If not finished, very, very close to the end because I think I only have maybe an hour and change left on audio. So we'll see if I can get it done in the sprint. So I will see you guys in an hour. Go and get some stuff done. Be productive. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you guys then. Hello and welcome back. Let me know what you guys got up to during that sprint. I reached, I don't know what percent, but I have 32 minutes left, so I'll definitely finish a lonely broadcast in the next sprint. And creepy creepy things happened. I can't really say much since I'm so close to the end of the book, but one of the things that has just happened and like the ramifications of the thing that just happened are really interesting. And I do like it. So I'm having fun with that. I did, while I was on that sprint, I got obviously a little bit of reading done. I also baked some sourdough. So I got my sourdough loaf done. I have my egg salad almost ready. The eggs are currently cooling, but everything else is like mixed together and ready to go. But before we get into what you guys have done, and please let me know in the comments what you guys got up to, I need to tell you guys what the mystery prompts are for Spring Stroll. So if you guys are here for the final prompts, the final mystery prompts for hard mode and for easy mode. Easy mode is what we'll start with, and the area that we are at for prompt number 5 is the fountain that is in the park. If you guys have been following along with the graphic, the last place we stop by is like this really intricate fountain. And so the easy mode prompt is hydration, and the prompt for that is to drink your favorite beverage. So treat yourself with whatever your favorite beverage is at some point in time within the next couple of weeks to get that easy mode prompt. And do let us know in the Discord what your favorite beverage is. I haven't decided what I'm going to do for mine yet. If I want to do, I really like chai. Specifically, one of the coffee shops has like a coconut chai, which has been really tasty. But I also really have enjoyed like my loose leaf tea that I have from Birds and Blends. So I could have some of that tea. Or I could do like a fruity. I've been enjoying some fruity teas recently too, just because of the summer. They're a little bit more refreshing, I suppose. So that's what I'm going to do for easy mode. For hard mode, because we are sitting at the fountain, I typically, whenever you're sitting like at a water display of sorts, one of the things that I really enjoy about it is the sound, like just listening to kind of the water trickle. And so the prompt for hard mode is to read a book where sound is important. It doesn't necessarily have to be water, but sound in general has to be important in some way within the story. Which is funny because we were just talking about musical books and music being important. And so those stories would fit. The Summer War by Naomi Novik we talked about. We also talked about The Savage Song by V.E. Schwab. I also think that Ascendant by Michael Miller, which is the like epic YA dragon fantasy that I've been reading, the main dragon character is deaf, and so he definitely uses sound to get through the area and be able to still walk around. So I think that would fit as well. So I'll be interested to see what you guys come up with as far as the sound elements go, because I do think that there's a lot of ways to apply this prompt. A lot of really interesting things can be used. So I hope you guys are creative with it. But let's see what you guys got up to. Coram got to 58 pages in Japanese Gothic, liking it so far. Amazing. Hillary made it to 30% in service model. I hope you're still enjoying it. Rachel, did you flavor your sourdough today? I mostly did washing in that sprint and a few pages. I did not. So I just made a normal sourdough loaf. I have been doing that cinnamon sugar loaf. I've made it a couple of times now, and I'm getting better with each time. I do think it's more difficult to do the inclusions. And for this one, I just wanted some sourdough to eat with my egg salad that I'm going to make. And so I just wanted like a plain loaf. So, but I do have another, I don't even know what you call that, but I fed my starter this morning. So he's brewing me another batch that I can maybe fiddle with and make some sweeter bread. Or I have really been playing around with, I would like to do a cheddar and jalapeno loaf. I think that would be very tasty. I don't know that I'm going to do it this week, but it's on my list of things that I want to accomplish at some point. Louisina didn't read, chatted with mom, and watched YouTube. Hey, that's fine. You were saying that you really didn't want to be reading, so just follow in your heart. That's good. Tennille only have about half of an hour left in Uprooted. The final battle isn't too frantic, but it's longer than I prefer. I'm not a battle person. Yeah, I enjoy battle scenes, but I think it depends on how they're written. I do think that they can be a little exhausting at times. So that's a bummer that it's taking a little bit longer than you would like. Jen is here. Good morning, Jen. I hope you're doing well. Louisina, I had a cappuccino this morning. Yay! You're done. That's fantastic. Kathy got to page 388 and 751 of A Court of Silver Flames. Going to treat myself to an espresso martini. Amazing. I love it. Would love to read Ascendant for the prompt. Been meaning to get to it. Oh, I hope you like it. I have been waiting so I have my nice editions from the Broken Binding, and I've purchased the first book and the second book, and I've been waiting for the third book to come out from them. Because I think typically Broken Binding does the entire series. I don't think that they only do a couple and then they're done. So I think I just need to wait. Although I could read the book prior to purchasing it. Maybe I should be doing that. Maybe they're giving me some time to actually get through the book. Tennille, can almost finished books count? Uprooted has some spell singing. I think it counts if it's read in spring, because the whole readathon is seasonal. So if it's read within the spring months, I would say you're good. Julia, Dragon Song, the Harper Hall trilogy, has part of Writers of Pern series by Anne McCaffrey works. Just finishing up listening to it. Love it. It's so funny. That happens a lot within the seasonal prompts that I've given you guys. You tend to be either reading it or have already read a book that counts for the prompt. Louisina, hoping to read XO by XO, or XOXO by Axio for both TAR and TBR. So should work since one of the protagonists is a K-pop idol. Oh, amazing. Bethany, well, I'm at the long-awaited POV that probably disappointed Danny. Yeah. Are you disappointed? Or, I mean, it's totally fine if you're not. I'm curious. Let's see. Rachel, anything jalapeno, I approve. I just read Devil of the Deep, which singing is important to the plot. 3.5 for me, but if anyone else has it on their TBR, it would count. Lovely. Actually, that reminds me, there's a horror novel, if you guys are in the mood for horror, that has throat singing in the audiobook. Is it Baby Teeth? Is that what it is? It has a wolf on the front cover. But I know it was super popular a couple of years ago. And I think that would be an interesting one. I'm pretty sure it's, okay. Tennille says, yes, I read that. I'm almost positive it's written by an Indigenous author. Don't quote me because I'm not 100%. Something Tooth. I think it's Baby Tooth. I don't know. I can't remember, but I definitely remember there's a wolf on the front cover. And I remember, I don't remember who it was, but someone was talking to me. It's not Green Teeth because it's a horror novel. Let me see if I can find it. Baby Teeth is a book, but I don't know if it's the one that has. This isn't the cover I remember. Split Tooth. Yes, this is the one. Split Tooth. It says, fact can be strange as fiction. It can also be dark, as violent, as rapturous. In the end, there may be no difference between them. A girl grows up in the 1970s. She knows joy, friendship, parents' love. She knows boredom and listlessness and bullying. She knows the tedium of every day and the raw, amoral power of ice and sky, the seductive energy of the animal world. She knows the ravages of alcohol and violence at the hands of those she should be able to trust. She sees spirits that surround her and the immense power that dwarfs all of us. I'm not going to continue to read because I know that sometimes horror novels will have spoilers in their synopses, but I've heard that the audiobook is very well done, but it can be jarring if you're not expecting like the throat singing in it. So that one would work too. Let's see. Bethany, having an extra coffee, which I've mixed in some protein powder as a treat, and locking in for this POV that seems to promise some backstory explanation. Fingers crossed. Ashley is here. Hello. Reading The Everlasting, hoping my headache doesn't turn into another migraine today. Oh no, friend. I hope so too. Sending you good vibes. Migraines suck. Headaches suck as well, but I hope it doesn't continue. I hope it will dissipate. Bia, finished your book. I am thinking about what to read next. Also chatted with your sister. Lovely. Okay, you don't know yet. You still have to, what does the RAFO mean? I'm drawing a blank on that. Let me see. I'm sure that it's something I'm gonna be like, oh, I know exactly what that means as soon as I Google it. Oh, read and find out. Thanks, Bethany. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like it. Yeah, not green teeth, Ashley. It's split tooth. Yep, that is the one I was thinking of. I haven't read it. I've just heard good things about it. That title alone makes my skin crawl. Oh, Tennille, it's horrific, but I don't know if... Oh, okay, you don't know if it's horror. It's part of an autobiographical and part fiction. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. It did say on the description that it actually fits into poetry, so is it like a whole bunch of short stories then? Rachel, just realizing Murderbot probably counts for the awkward moment prompt because Murderbot is always uncomfortable. 100%, yes, that counts. That's one of the reasons that I really like the... it's not the only reason, but I liked the adaptation for Murderbot because the actor who plays Murderbot, I think, does awkward really well. It just makes me smile. Oh no, Julia also has a headache today. Took some meds, trying to get some essentials done early to relax. Yeah, take care of yourselves, friends. That stinks. Bethany, I find that with this style of book, I have let it be what it is. The characters that I get, my brain is not working. I find that with this style of book, I have to let it be what it is. Oh, you let it be what it is approach. Like you have the let it be what it is approach. The characters are who they are. Yeah. So usually I can accept them in their story as it unfolds. Yeah, I think I hyped it up too much in my head. And I didn't hate it by any means. I think it was a 4-star read for me. But I think I hyped it up to a certain point. And then when it didn't do what I wanted it to do, that's when I was disappointed. But yeah, if you just go in as, let it be, I think you'll enjoy it more than I did. Tennille, I think it counts as, okay, vignettes. Okay. Julia, I need to catch up on Murderbot. My in-person book club sci-fi pick for July or August is the newest release in the series. Where are you at so far, Julia? I've been debating on whether or not I want to reread the whole series prior to picking up Platform Decay, because I do have Platform Decay available to me. I have it currently suspended on my Libby holds, but I do have it. So I think I might just jump into it and then I can reread the entire series at a later date. I think that's probably what I'm leaning towards. I'm debating on whether or not I'm in the mood to read it next month, because I'm trying to set up my June TBR, because that's going to be my next video that comes out. And so I have been debating on whether or not I want to put Platform Decay on there. I think I'm only going to do a TBR of 7 books instead of 10, because I'm having a hard time figuring out what my mood is. I did pick a couple of like chonky fantasy books because that's just where I think I I'm at currently, but I also want to be reading. There's some sci-fi books that I want to read. I would like to pick up some horror, but I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know when, like, what I'm going to be feeling in the moment, I suppose. So I'm just trying to give myself some options. Maybe mood read a little. Tennille says it follows a pattern of Indigenous storytelling. It was interesting, but it has a lit fic feel, which isn't generally my vibe. Yeah, not generally my vibe either. So I probably will stay away from it. But if anyone's interested, I think it would count for the prompt. Lucina, are you doing Tar? I still haven't decided. I haven't done any readathons this year with the exception of the Map of Stories from TBR-a-thon, which I didn't do last month. So I'm a prompt behind, and the seasonal readathons that I've been doing. I've just kind of been doing my own thing. And I think that part of that was because the beginning of the year was just atrocious as far as like the amount of books that I was reading and I wasn't enjoying and I was DNFing. And I think readathons would just exacerbate that because I'm not able to mood read. I know that I honestly, I've been on vacation for the last two weeks. And so, like the last time we had sprints was my last day, at my house. And so I haven't really done a lot of looking at BookTube or anything because I've just been away from my house. And so I haven't even watched the announcement video for Tar, but I know that there's a non-competitive team that I believe I could just mood read for. So, I think if I do participate, that's definitely where my head's going to be at. But I just haven't taken the time to actually. This weekend has been like my, decompress from vacation. We had a really long layover on Friday coming back home, and I didn't actually, or no, I guess it was Thursday coming back home, and I didn't actually get back to my house until 1 a.m. on Friday, and I worked on Friday. So, yeah, it's been. It was very, very fun. But I'm very happy to be home and to be able to kind of relax. So I definitely need to jump back into BookTube and get caught up on everything. Julia, I'm up to Network Effect. Okay, so over halfway. Network Effect was book number 5, right? That was the chonky book. So really, you do have. I don't remember what the 6th book is called. Is it Fugitive Telemetry? Is that right? And then System Collapse. And both of those, while a little longer than like the first little quartet, I do think that they go quickly. So you'll catch up in no time. Have I read any of the Samantha Shannon books? That's Bone Season, right? I have not. Is that right? Am I thinking of the right author as I blind myself with Goodreads? Priory of the Orange Tree, I have not read. It's on my list, but I have not read it. I feel like Samantha Shannon also wrote The Bone Season. Is that not right? I guess I could just look up The Bone Season because all I'm seeing is... Yeah, Samantha Shannon. Okay. The Bone Season's been on my list. Priory of the Orange Tree, I have just been so hesitant because... because it looks gigantic, even though from what I've been told, the book is actually not, I think it's only like 800 pages, even though it looks so much thicker. And I like chunky books. I don't know why that's been like my hang up. I do need to get to that one. Bia, you don't need to reread for the new Murderbot. Oh, good to know. It's very much one big situation without too much overlap with earlier books. Good. So no pressure there. Tar Team spoilers. Ultimate mood reading. Julia joined the non-competitive team, and all my planned reads fit the prompts. Nice. Yeah, I did. I had a lot of fun on my vacation. It was good. Lots of scenic things. If you guys have ever been, or if you've ever gotten the chance to go to Iceland, that's where I ended up going, and it was lovely. It was beautiful. Bia, I'm on the non-competitive team for Tar as well. Since I'm on vacation in June, I don't want to stress myself with a readathon. Yeah. You're also doing tarot readathon though. I mean, if anything, I know that like we stress ourselves out about it and I do too. But at some point, you just have to think like, I am just like I'm just gonna do what I can, and it is what it is at the end of the day. It's not gonna break the bank if I don't participate in something that I said I was going to participate in. Yeah, Network Effect is chunky at like 350 pages. It's chunky for the series, though. I remember when I got to it, I was expecting it to be a novella like the rest of them, and I was like, this book is going on forever, and that's why. Did you do holiday sightseeing? Where did you go? Can you tell I used to be you used to be a travel agent, Rachel. That's amazing. Yeah, I went to Iceland. We did do some sightseeing. We were in the main city for a week, and then we went out to like this little isolated cabin for the remainder of the trip, and it was a lot of fun. We definitely did some hiking because there's a lot of we hiked through the lava fields in the west coast of Iceland, which is beautiful. We get to see the coast through like the lava fields as we were kind of climbing up and down these treks that they have. But we also get to see like some massive waterfalls, and it was a lot of fun. So, and then the city itself is just we just went and explored the city to kind of see the culture. We got to go to it was a book bar. So like it was like an old bookstore, and you could go in and they had live music that you could just kind of chill out. It was fun. Tennille says, yes, Anne phrased it well. It's an 800-page book that looks like a 1,500-page book. Yep. We buddy read it this month and enjoyed it. Oh, nice. I do need to get to it because I do think I will like it. For whatever reason, it's just one of those books that's been in my head where I'm like intimidated by it. Rachel, oh my God, trip. It was a trip with Leandra and my husband. My husband went as well. But yeah, we got to meet in person for the first time. So it was very fun. I did. I went with Leandra. Tennille, I joined a competitive team, but the last couple of years, the prompts have been so loose that my planned reads fit them anyway. Also, oh yeah, I did remember you guys were telling me last, like 2 weeks ago, that there were only 8 prompts, which will help. I'll have to look. I need to go in and watch the announcement video and then figure out from there what I want to do. I can't believe you both kept this from us. Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun to be able to see her in person. Also really weird, like whenever you talk to someone online for so long, it's weird being, even though we've had like video chats, it hasn't just been like, voice messages or whatever. Like we know what each other look like, but it's just weird having the person in the same room with you. Julia, for real, secret vacation adventures together. Bia, I usually forget when I'm doing a readathon in the second half of the month. And with Tarot Readathon, you can get points for non-reading things as well, so it'll be fine. I love that. It's like a little fun, like life prompts. I love that. And yeah, if you forget about it, who cares? Hello there. Been forever. I'm rereading Throne of Glass. Hello. I hope you're enjoying your reread. We have a couple of rereads going on today. Ashley, Iceland is a goal of mine. Did you do or go to the Diamond Beach? We did not go to the Diamond Beach. That was one thing, because I think the Diamond Beach is on South Coast, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. We went to the Black Sand Beach, but we did not go to the Diamond Beach. There was so much. I mean, I felt like we were there for long enough to see everything, but it's definitely, you would have to jam pack every single day. So it's definitely a place that I would go back to because there's so much more for us to see. We didn't see any of the South Coast, which is like the place that people are like, oh, you have to go because of there's like some waterfalls down there that you can like walk behind, and there's just some beautiful walking trails, but we just didn't end up going that way. We went up to the West Coast in Snæfellsnes, and in this little tiny like maritime city, which was actually quite lovely because no one was there. And it's I don't know, like it was a good change from the main city. The main city being like um it's, hustle and bustle, although even when I think about that, like the general population is much smaller than I'm used to. But it felt like, constantly on the go. Whereas when we went up to the little maritime town, it was just a very sweet feel, very cozy. I lost my place. The ice looks like giant diamonds, and that's another thing. I don't know if we would have been able to see the diamond, like the ice, as well, because we went at the end of winter into their spring, and they told us that um, it was more summer. Like the weather has been warmer for them than it typically was. So I don't know if we would have been able to see the diamonds anyway. Yeah, Lucina, we'd never met before. Yep. Bethany, that's a cool, if risky, way to meet a longtime internet friend for sure. It was definitely a little spontaneous, but it worked out well. It was good. Ashley at Black Sand Beach. Yeah, it was actually, and I think they have several black sand beaches, but the one that we went to was more pebbles than it was sand, but it was black the entire time. And it was very fun to see like that with the kind of these massive cliffs that were darker, but with the like bright blue water that would come up, and the sea foam and everything. It was just very contrasting. The beach that we walked on had a ship that had wrecked back in the 1950s, I think, and they left the remnants of the iron and stuff all over the beach. And so you got to, like, they had like signs everywhere saying like please respect, because it was just out, like you could walk on top of these pieces of boat. Obviously it didn't resemble a boat anymore, they were mangled and all this stuff, but that was an interesting thing to see, that they just leave certain things as they are. You do need to go, Ashley. I think you'll enjoy it. The highlight of my trip, I think, would probably be the hike that we did between, I'm not going to remember the second town's name. It's Helnar and I think it's Anastrapi, maybe. But that's on the west coast. And you hike through a lava field. And then as you're hiking through, you get to see like the coast. I think that was probably the coolest thing that we did, because I enjoy hiking. I also really enjoyed, we got to go and see the giant waterfall that they have called Golfos. That was really cool. I think I liked the hike better because there was less people. Like we typically ran into like maybe 5 to 10 people total when we were on the hiking trail, whereas at Golfos you had to like, there were tons of people around. So I think that's why the hike was my favorite. But also, something I didn't expect from the trip, they have excellent food. So I definitely travel for food. So if you're someone who also travels for food, I do think that it's a destination I was not originally expecting to enjoy a lot of the cuisine, and it was very good. Actually, be right back going to Iceland. If you ever go, you'll have to let me know what you did, because there's so much to do. We definitely did not see everything that we could have. Lucina, I joined TAR and set the TBR, and now I'm panicking because I think I'm going to be very busy in June. Hey, once again, like, it's okay if you don't get things done, or if you don't participate as much as you want to. It'll be fine. Hello, Jean. Reading Daggermouth on chapter 4. I ended up going to Iceland, is where I recently traveled to. So yeah, I had a lot of fun. It's been a minute since we've gone on vacation, so it was good. And I should say it's been a minute since we've gone on vacation like out of country. I definitely am a little bit of a homebody, even though I love to travel, but it's definitely something that I have to like work myself up to. But this was very fun. It was good. It was a good trip. I am definitely still a little tired getting back on track because they're 5 hours ahead of us. And so that's been a little bit of an adjustment, especially with me getting back so late the night that we did. But it was very fun. Definitely a place I would recommend that you guys go if you have a chance to go, because it is the country is like a storybook. Like it's so beautiful. So would recommend. Well, friends, it is time for us to go on our last sprint. Is it the last sprint? No, it's the second sprint. Second sprint. Yeah, second sprint. Sitting there looking at my clock. Second sprint. So we have two more sprints. This one and then another one. I am still going to be making some meal prep, doing some things in my kitchen. So I will probably still be off. I will in this sprint finish a lonely broadcast because I only have 30 minutes left. So I will be able to come back and tell you guys what my final thoughts are for this book. So far, I'm enjoying it. I don't think that it's going to be a 5-star. I think it'll probably be 4-star range is what my guess is. I guess it could surprise me at the end, but that's kind of where I'm feeling now. But hello, Teresa, just joining. I'm glad you're here. Rachel, my face when you said last sprint, I guessed. I did too because I was like, wait, I haven't been on for very long. What do I mean last sprint? It's not. It's not the last sprint. Oh, we're going to be here for a while, friends. So go off, do something productive, take care of yourselves, get a glass of water. I'm going to go and make some lunches and maybe get some lunch myself because I'm a little hungry. So I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know what you guys got up to that sprint. I ended up finishing making that Mediterranean egg salad and had some of that for lunch on my fresh sourdough. The fresh sourdough is still warm, which was delectable. I don't typically get to have it whenever it's warm. But so that was good. I did also peel some, I ended up making enough eggs for 2 types of egg salad. So I made a Mediterranean one, which is what I had for lunch. And then I'm also going to make a Turkish inspired one for later in the week. And so I peeled the eggs and everything for that. And then just kind of hung out. I did finish A Lonely Broadcast, and I'm a little disappointed in the ending. It is a series. At least I'm assuming it's going to be a series because it called itself Book One. And I don't know. I think my opinion with series is I want there to feel like there's a resolution in the end, even if there are through lines that obviously continue. And I think that there are certain types of series that it's just like a continuation of the story, the way that it's written. And for any of you, I guess it kind of feels like, it feels like, you know, the old school like radio shows, and I'm getting this because of the fact that it is a radio station, where like you would get a part of the story and then they would come back and they would read. Like before TV was a thing, they would read portions of stories each week or daily or whatever, you know, whatever the schedule happened to be. And that's kind of what this felt like, was like this was just like, I don't know, it didn't really feel like it had an ending, I guess, is what I'm saying. I'm still going to rate it a 4-star, like just a flat 4-star. I thought about putting it as a 3.75. So I could still change my mind, but I did enjoy it, and I will continue the series whenever the next book comes out. I kind of wished there was more of a resolution in the end. I did start Honeysuckle, and I haven't gotten to any of the creepy portions yet. I know this is a debut, and I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it, but I hope that I love it. It's about a young boy. I think he's, is he 9? I'll have to go back and re-listen to that section. His sister is 15, and he always wants her to play with him, and she doesn't want to because she's too old to play those little kid games. And so eventually, I haven't gotten to this part yet, but eventually she makes him a playmate out of flora and fauna. In the book, at least, the synopsis that I remember reading, it has, so the girl that ends up being made by flora and fauna dies, as flora and fauna also do, and then the boy can somehow make her live longer, but each time he does that, he like, I think the whole story is supposed to be about like consent and losing yourself, because I think that every time he forces her to live longer, it takes some of her power and ability away. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm excited to read it. I think that it sounds like it could be lovely, but we'll have to find out. Let's see what you guys got up to, though. Yeah, Teresa, so you're watching Back the Chatty Bits. The sourdough is quite lovely. I have enjoyed being able to make it whenever I want. I do kind of feel a little wasteful. I need to figure out what I can do with the discard, because every time you feed your sourdough, you're probably already aware of this, but every time you feed the sourdough, it obviously grows. And so then if you don't use the starter to make a sourdough loaf, you have to throw out some of your starter. Otherwise, you just get like this bigger and bigger and bigger mass that you have to feed, because you have to feed it an amount that is larger than its weight. And so it would get very large very quickly. And so you have to discard like 80% of the starter if you're not going to use it. And the lady that did the class that I went to talked about how she used the discard in like cookies and muffins and bagels. And I don't bake that often, because I love carbs. I will just destroy them. And it's just me and my husband. So like we don't have little ones that are, constantly munching and needing snacks and things. And so I do feel a little bit wasteful. I know that you can put it in the fridge, which I have done, but I don't know the logistics of how often do I put it in the fridge and whether or not that's harmful to the starter. Like, is that eventually going to make my starter not viable because of the fact that I keep putting it in the fridge to put it to sleep and then getting it back out and waking it up? I don't know all of the logistics of that. And so I do like it, but there are definitely some things that I still need to figure it out. Tennille finished Uprooted, woohoo, and then did some sewing. So Mediterranean, and I got these recipes. I can put them in the Discord. From Maury Bayan. She has like a recipe blog online, and the Mediterranean one has eggs, mayonnaise, yogurt, yellow mustard, lemon, salt, pepper, sugar, oregano. Oh my gosh, my phone is doing something weird here. Oregano, parsley, pepperoncini, peppers, red onion, cucumbers, and crumbled feta. So that's what the Mediterranean was that I had for lunch has in it. And then the Turkish one has mayonnaise, yogurt, lemon, fresh dill, mint, chives, and then it has a butter, like a spiced butter that you put on top of it that has butter, garlic, Aleppo pepper, which I don't know what that is. I'm just going to use black pepper. I'm sure that I should use something else, but that's what I have. So, and then black pepper flakes, ground coriander, and ground cumin. And then she also put some chili crunch on top of her Turkish one. So I think that that's what I am going to do as well. But I thought it would be good to have for either lunches or just like a light breakfast as well. So that's what I plan on eating it throughout the week. Finished my audiobook, now trying to decide what to read next. Also worked on your crochet scrap blanket. Do you have options for what you're going to read next? Bethany needs to go eat soon. Still loving this book. About 2 hours left in the audio, and things are escalating in this POV. How fun. I love it when you get that close to the end, too, because it just feels like everything falls into place. Tennille, some trilogies are just one story cut into 3 because otherwise it would be too big. Yeah, and I find myself not enjoying that type of book. I think it's because I am wanting, I don't read my books in tandem, my series in tandem, and so I think that's maybe why I want there to be a little bit of a resolution, because I feel like if my characters are at rest, I can walk away from the book feeling that I have some sort of peace with the characters. Whereas if it just stops, like this one does, I just feel like I'm walking away without having finished the book. So I think that's probably why my preference is to have some type of a resolution. Ashley Fiance just saved me from the biggest spider shout out to my hero. Couldn't get any reading done. Okay, shout out to my hero. Sorry, I read that wrong. Saved you from the biggest spider. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that you were saved. Couldn't get any reading done. Had to keep rereading paragraphs because they weren't sinking in. Headache. Mom may have bested me today. I'm sorry, friend. That stinks. Rachel got to 15% in Rogue Protocol. Made a yummy soy chai latte. That sounds delicious. Also about hiking. Have you done Alaska? Recommend. Also Georgia, country, not USA. Amazing hiking. No, I haven't. I have a couple of friends who've done like an Alaskan cruise and they recommend. I have never been though, so I'll have to keep that on my list. And Georgia, I've never had recommended to me before, so thank you. That's amazing. Hillary didn't make that much farther, but I'm a little, disappointed in Uncharles' next destination. I was hoping he'd make the other choice. Aw. I hope it turns back around for you. Teresa's honeysuckle is on my radar. It sounds interesting. I think it could be absolutely amazing, or it could take a turn and become more. I think, I don't want to say serious because I don't mind books being serious. I think it can just take a darker turn than I want it to. So I'm hoping that it still covers important topics but keeps it lighter. We shall see. Tennille, I think I'll switch to the Keepers 6 lately. It's a Kate Elliott novel or novella, and I didn't read the description. Clearance sale. It was cheap. I need to get to a Kate Elliott. It's a weird sci-fi fantasy with a get the band back together and a heist / save someone from kidnapping situation. Also lots of non-humans. Well, it sounds amazing, Tennille. I hope you love it. I think, is Kate Elliott the one who just released, is it The Witch Road? Is that Kate Elliott? I know that I have several books of Kate Elliott's on my list, but I think, yeah, The Witch Roads is the one that I think I was most recently going to pick up. I'm going to put this Keeper 6, though, on my list so I don't forget about it. The cover is very cool, like a smoky background with maybe some type of a skull in the foreground. Interesting. Huh. Rachel, you can also use the sourdough starter to make crackers, which are apparently very easy. My friend used to do it. Also, I know people who said they've put the starter, yeah. I have put it in the fridge to put it to sleep, but I try to only do it, I'll put it to sleep for a week, or probably less than a week, and then I wake it up and I feed it a couple of times before I make the loaf out of it. I don't know if I'm doing that correctly, but it's turned out okay so far. I'll have to look up the cracker recipe because we definitely go through some crackers. We like to have like crackers and hummus, and if I didn't have to buy them, that would be, I might have to do that. Ashley, every time someone talks about their sourdough, it sounds like you have to be like a chemist or something to make it, and I know I'd fail. My sourdough starter has a name. His name is Bob. Because I feel like if I have to feed it, it has a name. So I will, and my husband has gotten used to me calling Bob. So like he came up the other day and I had Bob out on the counter because I had fed him already and I was getting ready for him to, I don't know what that's called, but like when they eat all the flour and stuff and they get all puffy. And Brian came downstairs and was like, "Do you know Bob's on the counter?" And I was like, what? And then I got it and I was like, oh, yes, the sourdough should be on the counter. Let's see. I lost where I was in the comments. Tennille, maybe I'll have to try some of them without the dairy parts. Yeah, I don't know if you could, because I think that you could probably substitute, because the yogurt is the main dairy part, right? I guess, and feta, or whatever cheese was in it. Let me see. Because, yeah, I think, because mayonnaise isn't dairy. It's just eggs and oil, right? So you could probably just substitute. The yogurt is only 2 tablespoons of the recipe. So you could just put more mayonnaise in it. Or honestly, I found that the recipe, the Mediterranean one specifically, is a little bit more liquidy than I would like. And so it would probably be fine just even without the yogurt. So yeah, I'm sure you could play around with it. The egg salad was pretty good. I was a little surprised. I just wanted something simple that I could throw together. Like, you know, if I need a meal and I don't feel like making anything. And so I saw these on Instagram as I was scrolling and I was like, I'm going to try it. And the Mediterranean one was very tasty. I think the pepperoncinis really, I love pepperoncini peppers. And so I think that anything with those in it and feta cheese, I mean, you can't lose. Working on some TBRs and getting some videos edited. Lovely. I'm between 3 books, Agnes O'Bear's Mystical Cat Shelter, or The Swan's Daughter, or Recursion by Blake Crouch. I can't decide. I've read Recursion, and I liked it. I read Agnes, and it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite Heather Fawcett, but I do know lots of people who've loved it. And I haven't heard of The Swan's Daughter. Let me see. Ooh, Roshni Chakshi. Is it Roshni Chakshi? I do feel like I've heard this author before. What else have they written? I'm not sure why I recognize that name because I haven't read anything. Oh, the last tale of the Flower Bride. I did pick up. I didn't finish it, but I did pick it up. That's how I know the name. Maybe flip a coin. Those are all very different because I think The Swan's Daughter is like a fantasy romance and it's YA. And then you have a cozy fantasy with Agnes Aubert. And you have a sci-fi with Recursion. Very different vibes. Good luck choosing. Ashley, yeah, Bob. I did. So to Neil, I did name it after the sourdough starter in the, what is it? Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking by T. Kingfisher. Because I loved that book, and I just thought it was so funny that the sourdough starter was named Bob, and I was like, yes, that's mine. His name is going to be Bob. We get eggs from our neighbor who has, no joke, at least 50 chickens. Oh my goodness. But he has roosters, and I'm terrified of, oh no, of boiling a fertilized egg. Or boiling a fertilized egg. Yeah, I would hate that. That would be a little terrifying. Would not enjoy. But that's amazing though that you get your eggs from them. My mom has a friend who has some chickens, and so we don't get all of our eggs from them, but every once in a while they'll have some extras and they'll hand them out, which is nice. But I've never had that fear before, and now I probably will. So thanks, Teresa, because I'm pretty sure they have roosters as well. Kathy ate lunch that sprint, listened to 20 more pages in the book. Lovely. Danielle said, if you hold the egg over a light/flashlight, you can see if it's fertilized. Interesting. I think we've done that before, like in elementary school, when we had like the little chickens or whatever. They'd like, I don't even know what you call that, but they'd put them in like the little heated area, and you'd be able to get to see your chickens hatch, and we'd have little baby chicks for a while. I'm pretty sure we did that when we were in elementary school, but that was a flashback. I did not remember. Tennille, I grew up on a farm, and we had connections with an egg farm. They have a light plate. Oh, to check all the eggs. Interesting. Just to make sure that they're not, I guess, giving away fertilized eggs. Interesting. Oh, Chakshi, oh my goodness, wrote Gilded Wolves as well. That title I recognize as well, but I definitely did try the last tale of the Flower Bride. I don't think it was for me because I think the gothic vibes in that one, which is funny because I'm pretty sure Honeysuckle that I'm reading now is also gothic. I'm just really picky with gothic titles. I think that I like the slowness of gothic titles. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes I don't like the characters. And sometimes I find the stories I think it's because of the fact that if I don't enjoy the characters, I want the plot to move quicker. So I think maybe that's my disconnect with certain gothic ones. And that's the last tale of the Flower Bride, I think that was why I put that one down. Ashley, fresh eggs. I'm jealous, miss them. Wishing my fiance would be okay with us getting a couple chickens, but he's resisting. I actually, my husband really wants chickens, but the city that we live in, they have an ordinance against them, so you can't have them in the city limits, which is a bummer. I don't know how I would feel about them. I've never had chickens. I didn't live on a farm by any means, but we lived next to horse farms when I was very young. So I grew up around horses. I didn't have to care for them or anything. I just got the fun parts, but, they had some roaming chickens, but they never really came over into our property. And then my dad had like hunting dogs. And so we never had any chickens or anything because of the hunting dogs, but we also lived in an area which I know that's probably common in a lot of places. We have a lot of foxes and bobcats and things that like to kill chickens, especially if they're free range. Jen is 68% through Tapestry of Fate. What do you think so far? I'm jealous because I would like to read it, and I think that, let me check. On Libby, I'm pretty sure there's like a 20-week wait or something ridiculous. I did put a hold in for it, but it's going to be a minute since I get it, or until I get it. Although you got it physically, didn't you? Didn't you say that you got it delivered? Oh, it's only a 7-week wait now. My library has purchased 4 more copies because there's a lot of people waiting. So I have less time than I thought, but I'm excited to get to it. I hope Amina continues her adventures. I'm very excited to get back to her. Teresa, sorry. To be fair, I've only found 1 bloody egg. Also, yes, we did chicken at elementary school too. I forgot about that. Yeah, I didn't even think about it until Tennille mentioned it. And I was like, yeah, I do remember us like shining a little light in them. Jen, once I finish Amina's adventure, I'm going to start the 2nd book in the Gale Song trilogy. I actually thought of you as I was making my June TBR. I still haven't decided yet, but what's the first book in that trilogy called? Is it The Gods of Fighting? I have it on the tip of my tongue. Why am I? The Children of Gods and Fighting Men is on my list. So I might be reading it in June. We shall see. Lucina, my grandparents used to have chickens. Hard pass for me. My grandmother is absolutely terrified of chickens because my grandfather had them when they first got married and a rooster attacked her. So she's like, absolutely not. Bethany, my neighbor has chickens. Actually, a few of your neighbors. I don't mind visiting chickens, but I don't know about having my own. I feel as though I would not be a good chicken mom. I think that I don't know. I don't know if I would be as, I don't know. I just don't, I don't feel like I would be able to take care of them as well as I would want to. We had, one of the guys that I work with works on a farm as well, or he owns a farm, and there happened to be a chicken that got loose in around one of the properties that I work at, and he got called in to go and grab the chicken, and he put the chicken in the box. So he scooped it up in one arm and walked it back to his office and put it in a little box and took it back to his farm. I don't know how it got where it got, but it has a good home now. But it was very funny because everyone else was like not having it. Like, I'm not touching it, scared of the chicken, don't want anything to do with it. And he just walked right out there like it was nothing. It was very funny. Rachel, if you're interested, Google Messia. I'm not going to try and pronounce it. Beautiful pictures, if nothing else. I'll keep that in mind. I'm going to, I was going to say I'm going to star this comment because that's what I used to be able to do in StreamYard, but I don't use StreamYard anymore. I'll just have to remember to come back to this during the, oh my goodness, stop it. My computer's being weird. I'll have to remember to go back to that during the sprint and look that up. Teresa, well, we're not supposed to have more than 3 and no roosters, but like no one in our neighborhood cares because they're nice people and free eggs. Yeah, if you're going to take care of them, I don't care. And they're good to, like, chickens are good for like insect, like they eat ticks and things. So I think they are lovely to have around. Ashley, oh no, I looked it up. We moved cities in November, and where we are now doesn't allow chickens either. Yeah, there are a lot of cities that don't allow them. I know that we also, which I don't know that we would have actually done this, but my husband really wants bees. He wants to have like our own little hive of honeybees, and our city won't allow you to do that either. So lots of strange ordinances that cities put up. And you know that there's a reason, but not that they share that reason. Yeah, children of gods and fighting men. I want to get to it. I did try it at some point, but it was in one of my like really slumpy, and I wasn't, I read like maybe 10 minutes of it and was like, I need to try this another time. Kathy, I would like to read the Gale Song series too in June. Lovely. I hope you get to it, Kathy. Teresa, I'm totally doing chickens when I get married. They will be free range. I'm going to have lots of farm animals. That sounds amazing. I love it when people can do that. I don't think that it could be me because I know a lot of farm animals, it just takes so much work. Lucina, I'm picturing Andy chasing your imaginary chickens around. He would have such a good time. Jen, my kid has that issue only with goats. He was herded into a corner by a bunch of pygmy goats at his dad's when he was about 10, and he's never forgiven the goats. Oh no. That would be scary if you don't understand what's happening and you can't get away. Little turds. Goats are ornery too. Kathy, my daughter has chickens. Nothing like fresh eggs without the work. Exactly. If you can have someone like a relative or a friend who has chickens, it's the best. Teresa, that's so funny about your coworker. Once one of our turkeys got out, yes, he has turkeys too, and all the neighbors were trying to corral it, and I just went and picked it up. Yep. Yes, my husband definitely wants all the animals. I think it would be a lot more work, and I think he knows that it would be a lot more work, and so I think the ordinance kind of gives him an excuse not to do it. But he does, like, he's always talked about wanting bees. That's his main thing, is that he really does want like a beehive to take care of. I don't know that I would be. I mean, I would be fine if it was like away from the house. A lot of the ones that they allow in the cities like surrounding us have to be like around like elevated, I guess. So it'd have to be like on your porch. I don't know that I would want it next to my house because I love bees. Bees are great and all. I don't know that I want them right next to the door to my home. My daughter brings me the eggs, so no work for me. I love that, Kathy. Jen at my sister's for the weekend, so in and out of sprints. Glad you had a great time on your vacation. And finally, we were able to meet Leandra in real life. Yeah, thanks, Jen. I hope you have fun with your sister. Ashley, bees seem like a ton of work, but fresh honey, yeah, it would be, no pun intended, fantastic. I do. We have a local winery that has their own bees, and it's lovely to go in there and get some honey. Teresa, my neighbor, also butchers his chickens. He got like 1/4 of an acre of land, or he has 1/4 of an acre of land. They are a Hispanic family, so they always had the best food. But he once offered me one, and I said I could butcher it myself. And he said no thanks. That's the part of farming I would not be able to do. I would have to, yeah, I couldn't do it. My husband, he had cows when he was younger, and horses and goats. They had a lot of different, not a lot of them, but they had a lot of a variety of animals. And he has always said that if he had another cow, he would name it Brisket. And I'm like, I just can't. I can't do it. I can't. That makes me sad. Well, friends, it is time for our last sprint. And I do think I'm going to take a little bit of a break from my meal prepping, even though I have not gotten everything that I need to get done, but alas, that's fine. I can get some stuff done later in the day. I think I'm just going to chill out for a little bit and maybe listen to some of Honeysuckle. So I'm going to be here with you guys, maybe playing some cards on my desk. It looks like Andy is also going to come and say hello, so let me move my stuff around. So this is Andy says hello. He hasn't been here today, and he's going to come and lay on my lap. He heard me say that I'm not going to get up and cook anymore, so he's like, well, I will come and lay on you then. And he is shedding like no other. I have combed him. So when we were on vacation, my mother came over and was watching him while we were gone. And I comb him probably once a week, if not more than that, if I notice that he's like super shedding. And she didn't do that. I didn't ask her to do that. I just wanted her to come over and like spend time with him. And so when I got home, you could tell he needed it real bad. He was like, no, like, because he hates grooming. So it was a difficult process. And so he is still in the midst of losing a whole bunch of fur I think probably from stress from having us not be home, but also just not getting his normal grooming that he typically would get. You have an eye booger. So yeah. Tennille says we were raised to not name the farm animals because they weren't pets; they were food. Yeah, and I think that's his, like, he kind of plays on it with wanting to name the cow brisket because I guess it's like a comic relief of the fact that you are going to eventually butcher the animal for food. That's why I don't think I could do it. I think I would get attached. Rachel, Andy, we missed you. Yes, he says hello. He is here to cuddles. He has been chilling out by the window. He's actually been like right behind me on that. There's a black window or a black curtain. He lays on top of the curtain. So that's where he's been at the entire time. He just decided to come out and say hello. Andy, it's not sprints until Andy shows up. Exactly. Was he mad that you were gone? I don't know if he was mad. I know that he, like, the entire time, because we could still see, we had cameras. We had like a camera set up in our house so we could kind of make sure that he was getting fed because we have an electric feeder. And, I would hate to like leave thinking that he's going to be fed and then the feeder stop working or malfunction or whatever. And so we do have a camera that we set that faces the feeder. And you could tell that he was lonely while we were gone because he'd sit in the hallway and howl, which was very sad to see. But as soon as we got home, there was no like avoiding us or anything. He was hollering and following us around the house the entire time when we were unpacking our bags. The night that we got home, that I didn't sleep very long because of the fact that I had to work that day, he literally laid on my chest the entire night and purred. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's purring really loud right now. So yeah, he's very happy that we are home. I don't think that he enjoys when we are gone because he is very much a social cat. He likes his people. Now he does not like visitors, which I think is also stressful for him. He likes my mom because my mom has been here. He recognizes her voice and things, and so he will come out when she's here. But she ended up bringing over one of my nieces to help, and Andy did not know my niece, and so he would hide every time they came over. So my mom was texting me, telling me that he would go and hide in the closet whenever they would come over, and not come out. And so my niece eventually stopped coming, and then he would come out and cuddle with my mom. But he definitely he has his people that he likes. So he is a people cat. He just has his own. He has particular people that he wants to see. So he is happy that we're back to normal. Well, friends, I am going to go on our last sprint. So we have another hour. And like I said, I'm just going to sit here for a little bit, cuddle with Andy, maybe play some cards on my desk while I listen to a little bit of honeysuckle. But yeah, so I hope you guys have a productive sprint. I will see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. Let me know what you guys got up to in that last sprint. I just sat here, cuddled with Andy for a little bit, and read Honeysuckle while I played some solitaire. And I really like this, guys. I think this book's really good. Of course, it's early days. I'm at 14% currently, but I really like the way that the story's been told so far. I have enjoyed there are actually two POVs. You have your main character and then you have the girl that has been created. Her POV is very short in like the little glimpses that you get of her, but I do like it quite a bit. And I don't know. It's slow. I don't feel like there's been a ton that have happened, but I really like her perspective as far as like seeing the world and him having like a friend that he can rely on, but that is constantly fading. And then now we're getting into how she was made, kind of like the magic behind creation of beings. They call them constructs, which I'm liking the learning of like the different things and how different plants do different things depending on what you use them in. I think that's very fun. So I'm having a good time with it so far. Andy did decide to leave me, so he's currently laying over by the window again, staring out the window. So no kitty for me at the moment, but I did get to play several games of solitaire, and then I got up and got me some water. I hadn't had my glass or my cup since I traveled with it. I wanted to make sure and wash it before I used it again. And it's nice to have it back. It's very convenient. Lucina had a lunch sprint. Sounds lovely. What did you end up having for lunch? Tennille read some of the Keeper 6 and sprint hopped on Leander's sprints. Amazing. Bethany also sprint hopped, so I'm slowly savoring the end of this book. I love that. It's also kind of a slower story. I know that you've read it pretty quickly, but I do think that it has, like, it's pretty plodding as far as the book goes. Although the ending is definitely the quickest of the sections to read. So I hope you're still enjoying it. Perfect timing, Teresa. Leandra just started her first sprint. Amazing. We totally did that on purpose. Kathy, talked to my mom, that sprint. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Kathy. Hope everyone has a lovely week with great books. Yes, me too. Hillary made it to 40% in service model. I understand why Uncharles is here now, and I'm starting to be intrigued again. Love it. I love it. I really enjoyed Uncharles's character throughout service model. I liked getting to know. Excuse me. Oh. I liked getting to know his character and, the fact that he has this want to have a purpose and, his purpose has always been being a valet, and now he's not able to do that anymore. But I liked seeing the world through his eyes. There are several things that happen in that story that are so subtle that to him just seem like observations that he's making of the world. But as someone who has obviously lived in the world, you can see it as like a degradation of society, which I really liked the way Adrian Tchaikovsky wrote that. And it wasn't too, like, I don't think it was overdone by any means. I thought it was very subtle, and I liked that portion of the story. Rachel, so glad you're liking Honeysuckle. I got to 23% in Rogue Protocol, and yep, also got to Leandra's chats, timed impeccably today. We definitely planned it, for sure. I'm glad that you're getting into Rogue Protocol. I'm trying to think. I always forget the order. System Collapse is probably my favorite. The first one is probably a close second, but I can't remember Rogue Protocol. Like which stories include which characters and things and events. I can't remember where Rogue Protocol fit on my hierarchy of reads in that series, but I hope you're enjoying it. Louisina had meat and veggies. We're not very adventurous with our meals here. Hey, meat and veggies. It's still, I love some veggies. And depending on the meat, I also enjoy meat, but I enjoy like just a balanced meal. On vacation, that was one of the things that we had complained about the first, like with traveling, obviously sorry, there's a Andy Foof flying around my head. With airplanes, there's not great food. They do have options, but it's not like you get a balanced meal. So by the time we landed, we were all talking about like needing some type of vegetables in our food because we had just had like I'd eaten I definitely had leaned on like granola bars and just some snacky things that we had brought along the plane. So I am a meat and veggies girl. Bethany, I feel like time has just melted away in this book, but I really enjoy the way that the story develops across the timelines. I did like the melding of the timelines. I did think that was very interesting. Rogue Protocol has Mickey in it, right? That's I think that was the character that I was thinking of. That's the other little robot, right? Is that right? If so, I did like Mickey's character. Rachel, good to know about system collapse. Looking forward to getting to it. Rogue Protocol is number 3. Oh, okay. Number 3 so it's in the first quartet. And there's an improperly terraformed planet. Okay. So I do think that's the one that has Mickey in it then. Maybe. I think. I really liked Artificial Condition. I'm pretty sure Rogue Protocol is the next I need to read in the series. Nice. I liked Artificial Condition because I liked Art. Art is one of my favorite characters in the series. And so that was good too. But yeah, System Collapse I think is my all-time favorite in the series because I really enjoyed how it wrapped up in the end. I thought System Collapse was the last book in the series. So I do think that Martha Wells could have left it there if she wanted to. I haven't read Platform Decay, so I can't say whether or not I feel like it was a, quote unquote necessary story. But I think it kind of comes full circle in System Collapse, and that's what I really liked about it. Rachel said 100% Art is hilariously pushy. Yes. I love him. He's great. Teresa, wait, I've read the first 3. So which one? If you've read the first 3, then you would be on... I don't have their names also all run together for me. The 4th one is Exit Strategy. So you would be on Exit Strategy. So there you go, Teresa. I do that with, especially recently, I've been doing that with The Innkeeper Chronicles by Ilona Andrews. I have read the first 3, I think, but they all have similar names. So it's like Clean Sweep, Sweep in Peace, One Fell Sweep, which I think are the 3 that I've read. So I think I'm on the 4th one, which I think is Sweep of the Blade or something. But then there's also now, I think after the 4th one, there are 0.5. So there's like a 4.5 and a 5 and then a 5.5. And so I think that's going to completely throw me off. But it's fun to figure out, especially if you end up picking up a book that you've already read and you're like, wait, I know this story. Okay, I looked it up. You've read up to book 4. I think I need a reread. And I will say, like, I'd never reread the series as I was going through it, and I never felt lost. I do think that there were certain ones, like System Collapse has some callbacks to previous books, And I do think that there are some other books that also do, but I don't think that I was ever lost because I didn't remember something that happened in a previous story. So if you don't want to reread, you don't have to, but they're also, most of them are fairly short. So it's not a bad series to reread. Tennille, I've also read the first 3, and I don't remember the titles being Beyond the Sweep part. Yep, it's just sweep something. Well, and I always thought that they missed an opportunity because there was a pun, like a punny name that had the word sweep in it that I was like, oh, they didn't do this. Oh, sweep and peace. Is that one of them? Because I thought like if they did like a fairy tale retelling or something, they could do like sweep and peace as like which one of the fairy tales was it Snow White? She ends up falling into a sleep. Or maybe that is one of them. There is one called Sweep and Peace. Okay, Sweep and Peace is the second one. Okay, so that's not it. There was another pun that I was like, oh, I'm surprised that they didn't use this in the series. Yeah, so it is, let's see, Clean Sweep, Sweep and Peace, One Fell Sweep, and then Sweep of the Blade is the one that I'm on, I believe. And then Sweep with Me is 4.5. Sweep of the Heart is 5. Oh, are there only 5 of them? I thought there was a 5.5 as well. I need to continue on with the series. Even though I've read so many of them this year, it's crazy. It's definitely a series that I keep bouncing back to whenever I need a pick-me-up. Are you going to come and say hello to everyone again? I hear you down there. Andy's creeping up on me. You want to come lay on my lap? Come on. Teresa, I'm totally up for a reread. Yeah, and I really enjoyed the Murderbot series, so I wouldn't mind rereading them. I just think I'm being impatient and I want to read the last one, and then I'll go back and reread the whole series. Yes, Tennille, Sweep and Peace is book 2. They're all their names are so similar, I just always get them mixed up. But I have really enjoyed that series. I think that it's definitely been a highlight of this year for me, for sure. It's been something that I can kind of rely on whenever my reads aren't going well. That and the Invisible Library series, which is now done. I finished before my vacation. I couldn't focus on any other book because of like just anxiety about getting ready for the trip and everything. And so I did pick up the last Invisible Library series book and I finished it, which I'm kind of sad. I'm sad that the series is over. I really enjoyed it. I did like the last book. I liked kind of what they did with the universe, but it had to end sometime. And it does count for like, you know, my finishing a series this year, which is one of my goals that I'm not doing well on. So it will help with that, but Andy is shedding again. Oh my goodness. I have hair all over my keyboard. What are you doing, buddy? Rachel, so many cats on BookTube. You're all making me consider getting a cat because Andy's so adorable. Well, I'm not gonna convince you not to get a cat because I love. I've had cats all my life, and Brian thinks that he is allergic to cats, and so we've discussed like the potential of like Andy being our last cat. And it makes me sad because they are like a constant companion. I've really enjoyed my parents. We had 4 cats, which was too many, but it's just always fun. They have their antics and they're stressful at times, but they're definitely a constant companion. So would recommend for sure. Tennille, I finished the Invisible Library series the year the last book came out, so I'm due for a reread next year, or in the next year or so. I hope you enjoy your reread, Tennille, because I've really dearly loved that series. I'm trying to collect all of them. Every once in a while, I'll find one at my my like half price bookstore. We'll have them every once in a while. And so I've been collecting them as I go. But the problem is I can never remember which ones I have. I need to take a picture of my bookshelf before I go book shopping, especially for books that I know I'm like hunting for deals on, because one of them, it was a Brandon Sanderson book. I think it was Rhythm of War, I found. And I brought it home and had forgotten that I'd already purchased it. And so I ended up taking it back and they were fine with it. I ended up getting like store credit or something, but I do that frequently. I just need to remember prior to. Most of the time when I go to a bookstore, though, it's not planned. I just end up there because I'm close to one. And I'm like, well, I might as well stop by. Bought them as they came out, but now I see them on the book outlet all the time. Well, that's exciting that it's still, I do think that it's had a little bit of a resurgence because when I first started reading them, didn't hear many people talking about it. And now I do think I hear it more often. And I don't know if I don't know why. If like genre blends have become more popular, or just Genevieve Cogman. I don't know, but I'm glad that it's getting a little bit of a resurgence because I think that it's very fun. It's very much worth the read. I'm glad that I have gotten to experience that world. Luciana, you could create an own shelf on Goodreads or Storygraph and just check. Ooh, I do have like a physical, or I think I have an owned shelf on Goodreads, but I don't think it's up to date. So I should do that. I should get it up to date and then I'll just have it in my pocket with me whenever I go. That's a good idea, Luisina. I usually have kept it on Goodreads as like I keep it as like a way for me to figure out like which books I want to purchase, because I also have like a want to purchase shelf in Goodreads, that because sometimes I will want to think about a story before I buy it, and like, is it, what's the rereading potential? Did I really like it? Or was it just like an emotional high whenever I finished the book? And so I have it for that purpose, and then also just so I can kind of keep track of how many books I have. I've also seen, and this is not an official way to do this by any means, but I've seen people like insure their bookshelves or whatever if your house were to ever, burn down, heaven forbid, but being able to replace it. So that's one of the reasons that I started my owned shelf. But yeah, it's definitely not updated. I need to go in and do that. I read her second trilogy and enjoyed it, but not as much as The Invisible Library. The other trilogy is way more historical. Good to know. She also wrote, there was something else that I saw recently. I don't know that it was a recent release, but I just saw it recently. Sorry, typing with one hand while holding a cat is an interesting skill. Let's see, Genevieve Cogman. Yeah, I know you're slipping down my lap because you're not holding yourself up. You're being lazy. He's like looking at me like, Mom, you're not holding up your side of the bargain. Let's see. So it's The Invisible Library. Wow, there's a lot of books on this list. The Invisible Library series. Oh, is it A Scholar's Guide to Demonology and Other Dark Arts? Grain's Academy. That's another one on this list. Or The Scarlet Revolution. I bet it's The Scarlet Revolution, the one that you're talking about, because it definitely has more historical titles. Huh. I thought there was another one recently that came out, or that I don't know, it just popped up on when I was scrolling. And I wonder if it was that, The Scholar's Guide to Demonology, because it was, it's expected this year. I bet this is it, because it also has a cat on the cover. It's going to be published in October. This is the start of a brand new series by Genevieve Cogman, the author of the Invisible Library series, welcomes you to Grain's, a magical school for demon summoning. And there is a cat and a corgi and birds and books all on the front cover. It looks really cute. I lost my place on my comments. Let's see. I'll update it, Lucina, I promise. Lucina, I have it to keep track of how many books I actually own. Not sure it was my best idea ever. I like it. I think that having a list is helpful. because you can go in and search for it. There are a lot of people who do like there are a lot of apps that will do, like you can go in and scan, like you can buy like a library scanner or whatever, and put it into the system that way. I haven't done that, but I have seen people do it. Is it Julie with Keep Calm with Books and Coffee? I think she has one, maybe. Tennille, no, I haven't read that one yet. It's not out. It comes out in October. I did read Scarlet Revolution, Scarlet, Elusive, and Damned. Yeah, that was the other one that I was seeing. I hadn't even heard of that one. I mean, I knew that she'd been writing for a while, but I'll have to keep an eye out for the newest release because I do think it sounds interesting. Lucina, it is helpful, but there are way too many books in there. I regret all my bookish life choices every time I have to move. Oh my goodness. I see I've not had to move my entire collection ever because I didn't really start seriously collecting books until we moved here. So that's going to be interesting because books are heavy and they take up a lot of space. So that's also going to be a nightmare because all of the furniture that I have in here is not fun to take apart. But you know, that's a problem for future me. Tennille, they only published one book in Canada/US and the rest have to be purchased from the UK unless it's audio. My library has none of them, of course. Is this the Scarlet series or was this Invisible Library? Because you said you bought the Invisible Library series as you went along. I have found that with, who's the author? Jen Williams. A lot of Jen Williams books I have to either, okay, Scarlet Revolution is one you're talking about. With Jen Williams stories with the Ninth Reign, so it was Ninth Reign and the Bitter Twins, the Winnowing Flame series, I had to purchase from the UK because they don't sell them here. My library didn't even know what they were. They might sell them now, because I do think that her books have gotten more popular with Titan Child and Talon Sister that we've read. Okay, yeah, so you had to get Talon Sister and Talon Child, or Titan Child from the UK. I still am looking for Titan Child because I got lucky and found Talon Sister at my half-price bookstore. But maybe they don't sell it here. Because I just, someone had purchased it and left it in my half-price bookstore, and I was like, yes, picking this up. That was definitely a lucky find for me. Oh no, Louisina, and I might have to move again soon-ish. Ugh, I hate that. Teresa, I'm moving next fall, 8 hours away, and I have so many books. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Good luck to you, friend. Maybe do it in batches. Well, friends, we are at the end of our sprinting session for me, but I think you guys said that Leandra had just started her first sprint, so you still have a buddy on the interwebs. I'm going to get some more reading and some more meal prep done after Andy has decided that he's done with me because he's decided that he wants to lay on my lap once again. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's been fun to kind of decompress with you guys after getting back from my vacation, being able to read some good books with you all. So I hope you have a lovely week and that you continue to enjoy your reads, get some things done. Enjoy the long weekend for those of you, if you guys have Memorial Day off on Monday. If not, I hope that you enjoy the rest of your weekend. But yeah, thanks for sprints, guys. Have a good day. Bye.